We are live. Let me fix this. There we go. So, we got some stuff to do today. We have not gotten great results out of the last few carbs runs because I think that we have something wrong with it. So, I'm going to start by fixing some of that stuff today. Let me, do I have anything cool to post for the time being? Not really. We'll wait until we fix this. Okay, so we're going to start here with some bugs from yesterday. Oddly enough, so the Pong run actually, it runs, but it doesn't seem to do the correct thing. Though this does seem to be getting better over time. This could just be an artifact, I don't know. So we can do some analysis on this, but I think it's very likely that something is broken here. Because if we go to our sweeps, so I started this one this morning real quick just to see. And like it'll run a few of these and then they all start crashing. So let's see if I can find the reason for this. Max arg is an empty sequence. This thing doesn't save history back far enough. Buffer size. Let me just edit this real quick. Let's see if I can get a repro on this error. So yeah, the easiest way to do this is just going to be to make these way shorter. So let's do like, 2 million steps to 10 million steps, not 10 billion. And then we'll see what comes out of this. If we can get carbs to be working consistently today, it's going to be just so nice because, I mean, what job do I have after that, right? If it just automates everything. Like, that'll be great. Just be able to, like, do simulation and, like, integrations and stuff and have all of this stuff just be solved instantly. Seems pretty great. I've had some people ask me about, like, Optuna and other hyperparam algorithms, frameworks, algorithms, whatever. And really, I don't think there's been a good head-to-head comparison. I don't know how far down that rabbit hole I want to go, though. I think it doesn't make sense to go particularly far down hyperparam tuning without having the sims, right? Like, you need to have a whole bunch of good environments. Speaking of which, I get to see a progress update on another cool one by a colleague of mine on Thursday. Okay, so observed value. Right here, we get this is our value here. Hey, Noah. Thinking about implementing some environment in Python. Improve my Python skills. Thinking of doing break. Yeah, I've been asking, like, I'm not sure if it was you, but somebody asked about this and I said to do breakout. I haven't seen any updates since then, but yeah, first person that submits a PR of like breakout at 1,000,000 FPS, it's gonna be really nice. Oh, I don't know if you were here for this, but I made Atari like twice as fast, all of Atari twice as fast, like a day or two ago. It now trains between 30 and 40,000 steps per second. We can do way better than that though if we're not like rendering to pixels exactly. Yeah. Breakout's good. Oops. Let's see. We got the bug we're looking for here. So what's wrong with this? This is 637. Yeah, I saw that. Such an easy fix. Yeah, but this is the thing with the reinforcement learning, right? This is like all over the place, right? It's just this type of stuff that nobody fixes. People are just like, oh, new framework, this and that. And it's just like, hey, half of the processing power in the last decade of reinforcement learning has gone into a crappy OpenCV resize implementation. How's that go? This is kind of weird that this is like this. Is there... I hate Windows so much. Defaults. Command. This is command history? Is it this? Like, if I do this. Bar doesn't get any bigger. Let me do this again. So what I'm trying to figure out here is like carbs is not working consistently. And it's just like crashing on the MOBA even though it's working kind of on Pong. So I think that there's some sort of bug. So let me see what I can get out of this. Chill dev day today. Okay, here's the first one. We got one of these. Mostly recovered from the weekend. I don't know, I got off a stream, went and had dinner, and then I just like crashed for 10 hours straight. Hopefully back to mostly full today. These look good so far. I don't know why this wouldn't be able to work. The new Atari wrappers aren't really going to do very much for us until we are able to hyperparameter tune, though. That's the big thing. We got to get hyperparameter runs. Okay, so this did like 2 runs and then failed. How does that make sense? Get Pareto groups conservative. It's really bizarre, right? So the way that this should be working, we define our carb sweep, right? And we update args. Args of train gets updated with this train suggestion. Args of M gets updated with M suggestion. Then you do update the wandb config here. You get the observed value and uptime. Maybe the uptime stat is wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. Should be able to get a nice Pareto front. Uptime 7 seconds. So no Pareto front means that there are no optimal solutions to the problem, which wouldn't make sense because it's getting a non-zero observed value. And a non-zero cost. Max is an empty sequence. Are they not getting updated correctly somehow? Get the suggestion from here. Hmm. Is there like some weird thing where you're not allowed to use dashes or something? That would be dumb, right? Is suggestion remembered? Whether to store the suggestion? And then it returns you the dictionary of parameters. Well, this is not really readable, right? Observe. Gets new observation in param. What is it different about the MOBA and Pong that makes it runs for Pong? So weird though. That would be this way. Hmm. I mean, does it even look wrong with Pong? Like, where's this run? Carbs. Is it this one? Yeah. So it should not be doing this, right? It has better runs. It shouldn't be giving me bad runs at this point. Right? It should have been doing stuff that's like around here. Stuff that's actually giving it value. Instead, it's like consistently giving worse runs. Well, not worse runs, but here it looks like it. Was there like a direction equals like -1 or something? Better direction sign equals 1. So that's maximize, which is what we want. Resample frequency 0. Okay. It's a tricky bug. I'm not even entirely sure that the Pong one is bugged necessarily, right? But I do know that the mobile one should actually run. What is it? The observe? Is that what it's called? How do you record the... You record it by you do carbs.observe observation in param. Okay. So you forget the suggestion input. You add an observation, which is this one. Logging, and that's it. Observation in param. Utils. Is this just like a struct? Yeah, this is just a struct. Input. What's this adder.s? That's interesting. I have not seen this thing before. This is, I guess, an attempt to make a struct in Python. Doesn't have the performance benefits, though. Jeez. I'm gonna chill here and just focus up until I solve this. It's important. Okay, here's where I use the dash. Use a slash here instead. Not expecting this to do anything different. And I've seen this error before. Let me see how many experiments it takes to fail. I think it's 2 or 3. It's 2 experiments. Gets the 3rd experiment. Is it something to do with the scaling? Okay. So here you get the empty. So it runs 3 experiments. And I think it usually tries to fit a model to this. Let me see if it's just something as stupid as, whoops. Let me see if it's something as stupid as observed value. And it's like, what if I just multiply it by 1,000? I just want to see if it's like a... Okay, my terminal's broken. Let's see if that fixes it. It is technically possible that it's trying to fit a model to just 2 small values. So if I just multiply by 1,000, that could be enough to fix it. That'd be very awkward, though. Nope. Not just a scaling bug. Okay. Let me fix the AC real quick. It's pretty weird that carbs does this, right? This like max of empty sequence. What would it be that causes it to do this? Is it just a bug in carbs? But what triggers it? There gotta be something that triggers this. Also, why does it break my freaking terminal? I can't type. Something with the Wanbi errors, I assume. This is like a really good algorithm. It just has this one like weird quirk to it. And I didn't get this. Did I get this at all before? I did get this once. I don't remember changing anything though to make it work. How do I copy this suggestion? A rig suggestion.copy. Is it possible this is not a deep copy? It shouldn't be, right? Well, this is funny here. Do I not update the env? I don't see updating the env here, right? Args of env. That shouldn't change anything though, right? I mean, fundamentally, it's carbs.observe. I might have to just go really through the logic of this thing. It's very difficult to read the carbs code. It's so you observe. This is where you get your input here. And you forget the input suggestion. And then you add observation. If it's a failure, or not, okay, if it's infinite or nan, none of these apply, then it's a fail. Success observations dot append. Okay. And how does it suggest here? Because when we get this error, do we have the error message? Yeah, it's in get observation log 748. Wait. Get observation log. Wait, it's in logging? Do we care about this? Get observation log. No, because you need this, don't you? This might be log probabilities or something, not log. Okay, carbs, utils. This is just a dictionary. So I don't know why it says logs, because this is not logging utility. Right here, this observe is what is giving you the... Wait, is it? Observe a new data point. Yeah. So this is your new data point. This is not logs. So get log. Did I comment this line out, or did they comment this line out? Wait, did I comment this line, or did they comment this line? Let me look. Initialize. No, they have it commented. I didn't mess it up. So here's what we have, right? We have observation count. Logdict.update. Observation slash. We've got output and cost. I'm trying to think why this would happen. What line exactly? It's in 748 get Pareto groups. Is Pareto group selection conservative? How does this Pareto groups get updated? Get Pareto curve plot. Sample search space. The main case. Sample search space. Samples in basic. Generated valid samples. Is there logging that I'm missing as well from this, maybe? I could be missing logging, right? Where do I have the dashboard? Let's see what this gives us. Wait, there were some logs up there that we didn't want to miss. Under generated valid samples, requested 32, generated 26. Many dimensions with bounds. Sampling may be slow. Scale less than 3 on integer linear space. Okay, so there are actually some warnings here that could tell us. I think we just go from there. I don't think anything that we're going to get here is going to tell us much. Shoot. Okay, so okay. So right here, this should tell us, I think, this should give us the init prints, right? Okay. Scale less than 3 on integer linear space. Running carbs with config. That's fine. Many dimensions with bounds. 17. Sampling may be slow. Sampling may be slow because I provided bounds. What, versus just providing a center point? And then it under-generated valid samples. So those two things are potentially bad. Those are our clues. Let's figure out the integer linear space. Scale is less than 3. None of these are linear. Or none of these are integer, rather. Update epochs, maybe. Carb param. And then what is the thing that I give it for a carb param? It's like a param or a space, I think. Let's go more puffer. How's the MOBA coming along? The MOBA's coming along just fine. The thing that we're stuck on right now is this carbs algorithm is needed to do quality hyperparameter sweeps. We fixed the bug yesterday that was preventing the MOBA from training at all, but this thing is not giving us valid sweeps. So I'm currently fixing this thing with the hope that when I fix this, I'm just going to be able to run the MOBA sweep and make a bunch of progress there, and then we'll be able to figure out where to go. But this piece here, this is really the key to everything, and this needs to be working. Sometimes you got to do a little bit of the slow work to do the cool work, right? Who decided paper straws in plastic cups were a good idea? It's freaking ridiculous. It's like coffee has an hour-long timer on it, and if you don't finish your coffee... Okay. Um... So, right, we were looking for a scale param. Real number space. Okay, so this does actually get a scale. If is integer, return value. You have to give it a scale of 3 so that it can sample from neighbors. That's odd, right? It's very odd that you have to define the scale to do things like that. I should probably just add an argument for this, right? Should be here. Is it space or param? I think it's space, right? And we'll add just scale equals 1 or whatever. And then, where do you have update epochs? this variable here, right? We'll do scale equals 3 because it gave me a warning before. Let's see if this fixes the warning. That does fix the warning. So evidently, when you have an integer, it can't actually sample properly unless you give it a scale of 3, which is a little awkward. And then we get this under-generated valid sample. That's in 444. Is the mobile learning from pixels or state? Local state. Local partially observed state. Which is, for reference, what OpenAI 5 did. You know, it has somewhat occurred to me that you can kind of do pixels. Like if you look at some of the older games, there are older games that you can render it like basically sees everything a human. Yes, exactly. That is the correct interpretation. Everything a human would. Um, Pixels are just really rough because like the getting fast rendering is really hard. I think I messed with the old Doom and I was able to get like, maybe 100K or something out of it. But when you want to get like million plus steps per second, it's really hard to do that with rendering. And you're fighting against better GPUs because like you want your M to be faster than it needs to be because GPUs keep getting faster more than CPUs, right? So this is why I'm trying to get everything to be like a million steps per second minimum by default. I think that's got to be the new standard for RL. Like your M needs to be a million steps per second. Okay, so this is the thing that happened here. Samples in basic. Valid samples mask. So I think we put a breakpoint here and we see what happens. And actually, it doesn't see everything that a human would because technically the human gets more information. We have like a more limited vision range and stuff like that just to really squeeze down on the amount of data that has to go get computed and get sent through the neural net. So technically doesn't even have as much information. We can crank up the level of information quite easily, but then stuff gets slower. You have to compute a lot more. Okay, so this is a 17-dimensional vector. Num samples. So it wanted 32. We didn't get 32. Origins in basic. You only get 22 samples. Is very weird. None of these are valid? Okay, so somehow I think that we've got like invalid spaces, right? So I think we're making some progress. I have an idea as to what this might be. We'll see if I'm right. Okay. So right here, I have these rewards set, right? Config ocean MOBA. What did I set these spaces to here? Reward XP is 006. -1, 006, 005, and 3. These look to me like valid spaces. However, maybe they're not scaled correctly. If this is like uniform, maybe they're not scaled correctly. Maybe I should just scale them by like... This is fine for scale of 1. Scale equals 0.5. Scale is equal here to be 0.5. Does this do anything? Now I have 32 samples. Okay, so I generated 32 valid samples, right? Wait, what? Mask. How the heck does that make sense? Wait a second. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is fine. Let me see if this solves it already. If so, this is very awkward, and I'm gonna have to ask the carb guys. It'd be very weird to me for them not to catch this, right? I think it would be very weird for them to not catch this. Okay, so this is no warnings, I believe, right? This is just giving us that we have a lot of variables, which is fine. I disabled some of the UI. Okay, so here we get a new observed value. This is our second run. We're going to let it do a few of these to see if it works now. If this works, I'm probably going to check the scaling a little bit. I'm going to write a quick email to the carbs guys, make my own guess, and then we'll be able to do both of these today. That's very, very weird though. So Let me make sure that I got it, and then I'll explain the bug. Nope, apparently I didn't fix it. Dang. I thought that would have done it. That seems like it should have fixed it. Definitely seems like it should have fixed it. How's it that we had 32 valid candidate samples, right? So how did we go from 32 to 0? Crank oversampling up. So this suggestion's in basic. Real number input equals X. Sample search space. Might as well try to grab 32 points since we get some parallelism for free. Sample search space will crank up oversampling if needed. If suggestion's greater than 0, remember, wait, what? Suggestions is 0 dot real number input. If the suggestion is remembered, which should probably be true. Okay, so this code does not make any freaking sense the way that it's written here, because it's going to try this 8 times, but it grabs a block of 32 every time, and then I guess if it tries to get 32, then maybe it, like, I don't know, this is weird. But the key point here is that it only actually gets 1. If is random sampling. Is random. Ah, so I see here how this works. So the first few samples are random, right? And it gets a random suggestion. This works. If resample frequency is greater than 0 and resample suggestion. Okay, I don't think this is it. I think it's generate candidate here. Generate candidate. Basic space to param space. Real number input. So here I can see that when it suggests something, right, it's going to generate a candidate. it's going to make it into a parameter. It's going to remember it probably, and then it's going to return it as a suggestion. Okay, and then the key thing is observe. This is how you tell carbs the result of the suggested hyperparameters. So like, hey, you gave me hyperparameters, I ran an experiment, let's see how good they are. So here what it does is the first thing is it forgets the suggestion. It forgets the suggestion. And then it calls add observation. I think that this is probably where it should be adding this to the Pareto front so we can sample from it. So it makes it into the basic space ob. It does sanity checks. And then it does self.successObservations.append. Successobservations.append. Okay. I'm going to put a breakpoint here because I think that this list should be open. This should be a not an empty list, and this should be a valid. This should be valid. Something very weird is happening there. It's like not fitting the model. Oh, the other possibility is I have so many parameters that maybe there's something weird with the model where you need to have a certain number of samples. In a moment, this will give us the model fitting callback. Oh, it doesn't get there. That's also interesting data though, right? That it doesn't get there. Um, damn it, where's the... I hate this terminal. Where is the frickin'... I can never figure out with height. Is this it? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna set that as a default so I never have to do that again as well. Okay. So it actually fails before I thought it would. So it never gets to fit the model is the key point. It's supposed to sample a few points and then attempt to fit a model. That's not happening for some reason. The way carbs work is it gives you a few random hyperparameter samples, and then it fits this probabilistic model based off of these random samples, and then it uses these to correct fronts of Pareto optimal parameters, for which there are no sets of parameters that both obtain better reward or better whatever metric and do it in faster wall clock time or faster whatever cost you assign. One of these days, somebody's going to train a neural network on like meta problems to do hyperparam optimization for us, and that day is going to be great. But that day is not today. Okay, so this happens in 233 inside of observe. So 258, 233 inside of observe. I have this generate. Where does generate candidates happen? It happens inside of suggest. But this is telling me that this thing errors in observe. So I try to register the thing that I just got, and this fails. Well, I'm gonna have to put a breakpoint here now, right? And just try to follow this logic, I guess. I imagine a hyperparameter search algorithm or model already exists. Difficulty would be in connecting it to whatever you're building. I was kind of making a joke, like it would be funny if we could train a model over like tons of like everywhere you need to do a hyperparameter search, we just like train a model over the optimal hyperparameters or whatever. Um, but yeah, this is carbs is one such algorithm. It's not trained in the same way over multiple problems, right? It's just a statistical method. As you can see, there is some difficulty in connecting it. Add key. Okay, so these are our hyperparameters. Logdict.update. Okay, so all we did is we just added all of this stuff, right? Not a failure. Observation slash output and observation slash cost. Okay. Success observations. We have one here. We get best observation in max. Okay. Best observation in basic. And we get an actual observation here, right? With an actual cost. And then we go to param space. And then we update this dict. Perfect. This seems all reasonable. and then best observation. P best observation in basic dot output, and then dot cost. And these look like real values. Okay, now we get grouped observations. Sure, whatever. And this is where this fails, right? And get Pareto groups. Okay, it says it's conservative. Cool. Pareto groups. Pareto. This is what we would expect. We have one observation, right? It has some parameters. It has a score, right? It has the observed value. That's the score, how well it did. We have the cost. And if you have one thing is always going to be Pareto optimal because there's nothing for it to be worse than. Pareto count, and then Pareto area from groups. That's interesting. Is this 0? Yeah, 0, which is what you... I don't know what it's doing with Pareto area, but sure. Okay, so this is length 0. We don't need to care about that. We're not using wand B for Pareto curves. Though actually we could consider that. That would be kind of cool. We're not going to log there. Returns log dict. So we continue again. And this should get us to the second. Okay, there you go. Not a failure. Okay, we're going to overwrite here. That's fine. That should be 2. Yep. And then we have best observation in basic. Okay, so we have something here. Logdict.update with the Pareto, right? Logdict. Best observation / cost. What happened here? Okay, we have grouped observations, right? Which has two of them. And this should be valid, right? Pareto groups. Which, yeah, makes sense that there'll be potentially two of them, right? Let's see, where's, this one has 0002. Isn't this one just better? It costs less and it does better. Grouped observ. Wait, how the hell is this Pareto optimal? It has 0002, 00. Oh, there's an, yeah, okay. So this is Pareto optimal. This has a higher output but a higher cost. So this is a valid Pareto group. And now there's an area associated with it. Fine. Length of resampled groups. Don't need this. Don't need this. Continue. Seeing if we can catch this bug. Not a failure. It should be 3. Yep. Best observation in basic. So this is the second trial. It's saying that the second trial that we ran was the best, which is reasonable. It did look pretty good. Output and dot cost, right? Grouped observations. Okay. You got your 3 groups. And then we get Pareto groups. And does this fail? Ah, this does fail. That's kind of funny. Okay, so now that's something. That's better than nothing for now. That we have this. Now I need to go to get Pareto groups 3 times. Get Pareto groups. Carbs. Get Pareto group. So I think this is now going to be the function that we got a profile, right? And if this is empty, that's where the issue is coming from. We're getting close here. Getting close to understanding why this does not work. And then we'll see whether this is a user error. If this is, I mean, this is not a user error of the type that's like, if this is a user error, there should be a warning or there should be, you know, a better message on this. This is an uncaught error either way. A very nefarious one. So we'll see whether this is a bug in the algorithm or just like a missing warning. But what happened here? Oh, I forgot to remove. Okay, so we hit continue here. Um, what? I don't know what's happening there, so I'm going to just kill this because I don't know what's happening. Breakpoint. So we get rid of this. No. Yeah, we get rid of this. Huh? Oh yeah, there's a second one. Yeah, we get rid of this, we get rid of this. And then we check that we have one in utils. Yeah, we do have one in util. Okay, perfect. So here we go. And if this algorithm actually, we get this working perfectly, like, I'm be in a good spot. Okay, interesting that it doesn't seem to call get Pareto groups the first time around at the very least. It should call it now, maybe? Get Pareto groups. Why did this not, wait, why did this not trigger the breakpoint? Two 33, 748, right? Which files? Carbs. 630 in utils, right? Oh, it's because of get conservative. Okay, I see. Get. Yeah, so it has to be here as the breakpoint. So there are two versions of the function. There's a conservative function and I don't know. This the normal one. Okay. Prefers groups with multiple samples. A single sample can only be better if it is better than the max of the previous group. However, a multiple sample group is better if the mean is higher. Okay, so you have group, they have some comments here. So group A, output is 0, cost is 1. Output is 1, cost is 1, mean 0.5. Output is 6, cost is 2. Output is 5.5, 7.5 means 6.65. With the normal Pareto algorithm, A, B, C, and D would all be in the Pareto front. With this algorithm, groups A, C, and D will be in the Pareto front. B will not be included because it's not greater than the max of group A. Yeah. Reduce thrash, in which groups are used as search centers. Okay, this is a weird thing, but I'm going to assume they did something reasonable here. NumPy.quantile min Pareto cost. Okay, that gives us something. Observations below min threshold. Which gives you one observation that's not good, apparently. Resampled below min threshold. Interesting. Only use resampled observations if there are any. Oops. Thank you, shortcuts. Resampled observations below min thresh 0. So we ignore that. Group output pause better. Group output pause better. This is a lambda. And then this is another lambda. Okay, and then this is maybe where it errors. So P observations below min threshold. First Pareto group. And then remaining observations. There are no remaining observations. Pareto groups is going to be the first Pareto group. Group output pause better. This is empty. This does not break. That's weird. Do we have Schrodinger's bug here? We only get to see if we look at it. We got some groups now. Okay, so this is it here. We still have observations that are below the min threshold. I'm going to say it doesn't error here. and that this errors on either the third or the fourth time around because that's the number of samples. I was trying to run the snake end with render, but when I set render mode to human, I don't see anything. It doesn't crash, but I don't see any rendering. Did you run with -- mode eval? Or did you just run the demo.py? There are no observations below the minimum threshold. This is false, because there aren't any below the min threshold. Observations. And there aren't any. Okay. I see. I mean, let me real quick for this guy. Let me see if where's my local? Not human. Let me see if the snake end works. Well, this shouldn't be committed anyways. Right. I don't think I committed this. This was just for the MOBA. Let me see if it renders. Yeah, it renders. Is it spawning off your screen? If you have multiple displays, it can spawn off of your screen. Rendering is... Yeah, okay, that's why. You gotta run rendering for eval only. We don't do rendering during train because it's, like, woefully inefficient. Because you're like, bottlenecking your main core process. We technically could because there's a driver environment, but it's like people do it because it's cool and then they like throw away half of their train time and then they complain about perf, right? So I don't have that as by default. I hate paper straws. I hope the environment is useful for you. It's should be pretty quick to train. It's a nice test end. So we want to test. Oops. So we found the spot where this issue occurs. So Did I find a bug? Now I get snake object. Oh, okay. I guess I did commit that file by mistake. My bad. Let me fix that for you real quick, bud. There. Like this. To 1,000 frames or whatever. There. It's good. There. See if that fixes it for you. This is the dev branch, so like I was messing around with eval stuff for the MOBA, right? The hope is that we get all this merged into like a big stable simulation update relatively soon. But for now, it's, you know, it's relatively easy to get stuff working and to play around with it. And I'm not hard to get a hold of when stuff does break. I think I might have found a genuine bug. Let me see. Min Pareto cost. NumPy quantile. Min Pareto cost fraction. Takes minimum cost for Pareto set to be this percentile of cost data. Takes minimum cost for Pareto set to be this percentile of cost data. And then you say, how many observations are below the minimum cost? Is that right? Min Pareto cost fraction. Am I reading this correctly? Working now? Perfect. Not that painful, right? And that's on the dev branch. Puffer only gets better and more stable. I've basically only been doing this project now full-time for, what, 2-3 months? It's going to get way better. We've already got some crazy stuff, though. That snake sim is a really good demo of the tech and just how fast stuff can be. Okay, I hit continue once and then once more, I think, right? Because it fails on the third one. Want to understand what they're doing with this quantile and why it's failing. You can also, by the way, you can edit the that clean pufferl file. You can like edit the eval, like the rollout length and stuff in there if you want to save different length GIFs or whatnot, different length and speed GIFs. Just don't make it run too long because like it stores all those frames, so don't OOM yourself. Okay, so we have a min Pareto cost of 6.4. And I see here there's one that has 5.9. So this observations below min threshold should not be empty, right? Yeah, so this still works, and then we go next iteration and it breaks. We have to figure out why. How did they get a cost of 5.87? 8.75, 5.8, 5.9. Oh wait, 8.5? Yeah, so there should be one here, right? Observations below threshold. None. Observation group cost. What is observation group cost? Um, sum. So this is a mean. So, what the heck? X dot cost. Oh, okay, I think I see. So what this is doing here, this quantile is looking at the cost individually of each observation. And then we're filtering it to groups that have a mean below that. And because the mean does not necessarily need to be below this cost, this can be empty, and then we're just screwed. Is conservative, self.config. Where's self.config? You make a carbs object. self.config equals let's see if this does it. I'm gonna start writing them up an issue. Oh geez, does this still not work? Well, if this still doesn't work, then I must be wrong, right? Let me see. $562. They have the same logic in here. They have the exact same logic in here. So I guess I don't understand what a Pareto group is compared to a Pareto observation. I understand what the Pareto points are. I don't understand what a Pareto group is. Group observations, self.successful observations. Group observations. Okay, this is in utils. Gets observation groups by matching input params. Hmm. Okay, so these are supposed to be for like equivalent trials or whatever. Why did my screen just go black? That's weird. I think that this is looking for duplicate trials, isn't it? Okay, so it can't break here because there's only one observation, so it can't group them together, right? We got two, and a group of two. Okay, so this is still fine. And then I guess what's going to happen is it's going to group two of them together on the third run, right? 3, 2. There's your issue. Successful observations. So I see what happened. For some reason, it relaunched the same bloody trial. You see? The second and the third one of these are the same. That's actually very funny. So because this thing is, I assume this has been made deterministic, then we are getting this every time. Let me see how it samples. We're going to actually have this fixed today. That's kind of cool. Bad news is it's not going to explain why the Pong example isn't really working, but I have some ideas there as well, to be honest. I got some ideas there. I think we're probably just have bad metrics. We'll debug that as well. We'll make today mostly about like this automatic hyperparameter tuning thing. And we'll try to really set ourselves up for some good runs in the next few days. Because this is all we need. Like we just need this to work and we're good. Okay. Get random. Num random samples. Let's see if this solves it. I'll be very surprised if this does not solve it. You have to give it a few trials to see. So, what I think is happening is that, well, I know what's happening is that somehow when you specify, okay, the way this algorithm is supposed to work is that at first it will do a few random samples to like initialize the sweep, and then it will find optimal points searching out from these different random samples. The problem is that it was giving me the same random sample twice, and they like group together things that they think are the same, but because things don't take exactly the same amount of wall clock time to run, it was erroring out there because it was trying to like, it was basically filtering out all the valid candidates. Welcome, Samurai. I think we've just fixed carbs. I think. If so, I'm going to be able to submit them a nice bug report on this. And we'll actually be able to run our sweeps on the MOBA, which will be very nice. It looks like it's not failing. It looks good to me. Okay, we fixed it. That was, what, 2 hours of debugging? But we fixed it. And now we get to do all sorts of fun stuff with it. I think we're going to just start by running a sweep, right? Good thing I didn't try to finish this last night. I would have not been able to have gotten this. This was hard. Did you ever consider starting a crash course? Um, I don't really have interest in teaching for teaching's sake on its own. I'm like, my main thing, I'm trying to push the frontier of RL forwards. So a lot of the stuff that I end up working on here ends up being instructive. But, the primary goal is really to push the field forward. It just so happens that one of the ways that I do that ends up being making really simple tools that also make it easier to get into RL. But that's that's a byproduct, not the primary goal. Oh, this is, hold on, I forgot, I disabled some important logging. Okay. This is sweep carbs vec multiprocess. We'll see how this goes. Okay, cool. We'll let that be for a bit, and let's submit them an issue. At least the number of dimensions you have. Wait, if you're running without any parallel suggestions. Make sure I get the names right. minimum, but quantile mutation uses the min across all observations, not across no groups, which the mean okay, I gave him a little bug report. Maybe that'll push him in the right direction. Whew, that was a tough one. Yeah. This was very weird. That was very weird. We got it, though. So, let's look at some... I'm going to take a quick minute to clear my head. That was a 2-hour debug session. What time is it? Only 1:21. Okay, I'm going to take just a quick minute to go clear my head. Running the grid environment, when I rendered it, it wasn't sure what it's supposed to be. Which task are you running in the grid environment? There are several different tasks. It's like a foraging task, there's a group up task, right? Either way, though, give me a minute. I'm going to be back. I'm just got to go clear my head real quick. 2 hours of debugging. Foraging, there's a bunch of food, and the agent should be eating all of the food efficiently. Yeah, I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to take a look at the Pong runs, and we're going to do some improvements to this hyperparam sweep. Be right back. Okay. Whew. Rather met what the grid env is. When I hear grid, I think of grid world, but it looks more like a lot of agents trying to do some task, e.g. for it. So, I don't know, maybe we come up with a better name for it. Technically, the internal representation is a grid, but there are discrete and continuous versions of all the tasks. Yeah, it's like a particle env or whatever, sure. Welcome. Okay, so we have this carbs thingy. This says we have 2 full runs. So we'll see how this does from here. It's under environment, normalized reward or whatever. What I wanted to do is I wanted to look at some of the Pong runs. All right. Wanted to see if we can tell what's going on with them. What's the duration? 2 hours. 1 day. Should be like a day ago, right? Where's the Pong sweep? There should be one in here. Oh, I have the columns wrong. Here. So here's this Pong sweep that we still have running. That doesn't seem to be catching on correctly. What I wanted to do was I wanted to look at the individual... I wanted to look at, this is, what is this? Environment slash... I think this is episode return. So if I look at environment episode return here, right? 100 of them. These are very noisy. So what I was thinking is like, if it's just using the last point of the return as its metric, then that's not going to be a reliable metric from which it can do the sweep, right? And I think I tried to hack around that, but probably did not do so very successfully. So really what we want is some sort of smoothing in the sweep metric itself. I also don't want to just take the maximum because that's also going to be noisy, right? Yeah. I mean, because otherwise it should have gotten these early runs and it should have just kept going from there. Let me think, how do we do this? Because we need this for the MOBA, we need this for Pong, we need this for everything, right? The metric needs to be consistent. What's your opinion on stable baselines 3? I mean, people seem to like it. I personally don't. It has like very, very poor performance compared to some other things. And it's very black boxy. It's very difficult to like go in and edit stuff. I generally recommend people clean RL over stable baselines. Puffer is built off of the Puffer demo is built off of clean RL, just souped up with some performance improvements. I have in the paper actually. We have a comparison of their vector backends. Yeah, right here. And the stable baseline's 3-1, with a few exceptions, is generally lowest perf. Yeah. Kind of comparable to the basic gymnasium one, but that's not saying very much. It's also harder to swap in the puffer vec with the stable baselines. It's very easy to swap in our vec with clean RL, which is very nice. And then you just get free perf. So I have to figure out how we're gonna get stable return metrics, right? That's gonna be the thing right now. How do I get stable return metrics? Let me think about that. I mean, the easiest thing would just be like keep a buffer over the last 100 of them or something, right? Last 100 episode returns or something. But it's kind of awkward because like that buffer length is important. Hmm. I mean, I could do like the last 10% of training or something like that, maybe. If I just take all the metrics from the last 10% of training, does that do it? Probably does. Hmm. I guess it's worth doing, right? Like just having to tell clean puff RL, having to tell it the metric that you care about. I could also just do it after the fact. So you train your model, and then you get like a nice point estimate at the end. That could be good. I think I just got to start implementing something. Do we have anything in the meantime from this MOBA? Well, it's running stuff. Hasn't crashed or screwed up somehow. This is my, yeah, this is my local. The way I'm envisioning this, we do... Yeah, the way I'm envisioning this, instead of doing range 10, it's train batch size. Steps evaluated is going to be less than args train. And we can do frac equal 0.1. Steps to eval equal. So now we just ensure that we do 10%. 10% extra to get a good eval, right? And that should give us a strong evaluation. Yeah, because we can't rely on having a large batch size or something like that, right? Because batch size is going to be highly dependent on the environment. Large batch size could mean more stale data for simpler EMs. And eval should be relatively quick, you would think. So we get the uptime. This. Yeah, that's fine. I kind of like that. I think we're fine on the MOBA, though. I think that's going to be more for other stuff, because... Yeah, we've got like a default batch size of 1 million or whatever. There's always going to be 5 million steps worth of data for this. We have a few things we can do to improve the quality a little bit, though. We can do that in a second. I want to see... So with Atari, right? Like... Batch size is only 16K. And the episodes can be pretty long. So if I had 160K, right, worth of eval steps, I could see why this sweep wouldn't be very good. But if I do 10%, we have at least 500K steps worth of eval data. $500,000 steps worth of eval data. What's the episode length for Pong? Should tell us. It's 1,000. So yeah, like 5,000. That should give us some good Some very good estimates. So I kind of want to rerun this Pong sweep because this is very silly, the way that this looks at the moment. Let's commit this. And let's go to here. What? This is not the right one, is it? Fix set rand to 0 and fix sampling. Then let's go back to local because before we run that, I want to make some changes. I think that we need to do something better for the scale of these parameters. You know, the scale of these parameters is messed up. Hold on, do I have a report of outages here? Search radius in basic.item. I guess I should just go through manually. Get poll. So we have all these parameters and they probably need scales on them, right? Maybe. Let me see what happened before. So I didn't update these correctly, so these I can't look at, but then batch size here. Got rounded to powers of 2. Then update epochs didn't get hit, but maybe it just wasn't good. Does the scale thing matter? I mean, most of these are logit spaced already, I guess. Well, we'll see with the actual frame skip because that wasn't updating correctly with Pong before. Let's just go run this on box 1 and see if the Pong sweep looks any better. What box am I on here? Perfect, this one. Okay. Tari params are reasonable, right? And we should be able to see env params now. Args of env or whatever. Yeah. Right here. We rerun this now. Cool. And we'll see what they tell me with the initial parameters as well. It's funny that they don't use like the initial starting point as the seed. That would probably be better. We'll see though. We've got 2 sweeps running now, and we've got a message in with carbs. So I think that we're kind of in a good spot. We have a couple things to potentially do here. We've got a couple things to potentially do. Check anything here. Oh, okay. Let's clean up some of the logging for the MOBA real quick, because that'll be a good thing to do. And I think from there, we're kind of in a good spot with all this, and I will probably take a quick break and then think of something to do for the rest of the afternoon on the project, because everything's more or less in a decent spot, and we just need to start getting sweeps on the board, need to fine-tune all of this stuff, and need to really start automating this whole process. Right, so in the logging here, we have norm reward, which is a mean, but it's only taken during the report interval. I would like to be able to accumulate these stats over time. Though that is kind of difficult to do because the NumPy operations are not fast. Let me think how I want to do this. Well, we can get rid of some metrics that we no longer need. The X and Y's are no longer useful. I think we don't need min and max. I think we just need mean here. Let's not clutter it. Then we have the reward components. And the norm to reward. Towers taken is a good metric, but we need to get it from a decent starting sample point. Really, I think carb should be able to do that. Start from the initial point that you specify. Because otherwise you're kind of redoing the sweep every time. Yeah. Well, we'll look at that maybe after. I'll think about that. Well, as for this, is there a way to do this type of indexing? I know that works. Well, I can just do like shape. Like this. Yeah, that does it. Self.entities. Num_ems. Let me see if I can get this to give me the data nice and stable. Shape. So that's 200 ems. That's right, isn't it? So it's self.entities. This is going to be levels entities dot level. And then we'll do radiant levels is equal to self entities, or no, levels. Where is it? Of one. Colon 5. Okay, this works. There. That at least gets a stable level estimates. As for the rest of these, depends whether I want to pay the cost, right? I could make it substantially better. Okay, I gotta go do something for a few. I'll be back in, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, something like that. I'm gonna think about a few things because this is gonna be pretty quick to finish up, and then we're gonna need to figure out where to take all this stuff next. And I don't want to just be bottlenecked on waiting for sweeps. So we'll think about that. Maybe we'll do something cool. I don't know. Okay. We are we are set for a bit here. Looks like we've got some messages. Trying to get a better understanding of the snake amp. When I set num snakes to 1 and print the action shape, it has 2 elements. Yeah, I believe there's an X and Y component that are separate. Action always have to, yeah, I think it has an X and a Y component if I recall correctly, right? Could be wrong. Let me see. Oh no, that's weird. It is discrete. Why does it have shape 2? Shape of the action is 2. Set num m's to, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Glad you found that. Glad the snake end works. Let's look at these sweeps, see if there's anything cool. And then if not, we'll find something else to do because, like, I think a lot of the work for the next week on this is just going to be, I'm going to have to be, you know, on point running sweeps around the clock. When I set to numems as 1, it crashed. Yeah, there's a weird bug in clean puff RL. Just set it above 1 for now. I've meant to fix that, but I keep forgetting where the heck it is. I'm gonna go looking for it. It's just like a shape thing. Well, this is weird, right? Okay, this Pong one works better. What's up with the MOBA sweep? Seems to be pretty flat, right? And then spikes. Hard to tell with these. Shouldn't there be like a reward distance? Reward tower. Reward distance here. Very spiky. Very, very spiky. Which is odd. This one looks good. So it could just be the metric here. Okay, I guess I'm gonna just have to spend a bit of time thinking out loud here because there are like a lot of ways that we could go at the moment, and a lot of it depends on a few things. Hey, Hesitant, welcome. We just got the carb sweep mostly working correctly, it appears. Doesn't crash anymore at the least. I'm actually about to just talk through some of the things I'm thinking about here. So I now have it so that the MOBA is in a relatively stable spot. If I felt like it, I could have some fun and I could just like pretty up the graphics today and like try to make the game more playable. That would be a decent use of time. Um, the main thing that's holding back this and all the other projects I have is just getting good sweeps running, which is mostly just like run a bunch of sweeps, get the data, and then make tweaks and whatever. There might be a few things that need to actually change, like I might need to change the metric being optimized over here or there. I might need to change a few things. But I think for the most part, it's just run a bunch of sweeps. Well, I mean, we'll see from the current set. So I don't want to just be sitting around waiting there and just like, checking those constantly. That's just going to take some time to run. Let me think. So for cleaning up these projects, I could make the rest of the MOBA nice and playable. I could get it ready to hook in the other actions. I could do that. There's a few other things I could fix up around Puffer. I could do some precursor work for the 1.1 simulation update release, though most of that is we need to have good benchmarks on stuff. Yeah. I think of all the things that we could do today, probably the most fun thing would just be to clean up the client a bit and make that something that's actually relatively reasonable. Get it so that we can actually tell what's going on and such. And also get it so that we can play it more reasonably. Yeah. That's probably fine. I could also potentially come up with ways of changing up the attack system a little bit for the AI. I have some ideas there. Yeah, overall, I think we invest a little bit in the visualization today. And then we attempt to just like automate the whole rest of the experiments via this. And then probably I won't be just spending every day on the MOBA now because it's going to just be waiting for runs. What do you want to do with the attack system? So I was thinking it's really obnoxious to have to target agents individually. Like I can do it, it's just like it requires an obnoxious neural net architecture. So what I was going to do is I was just going to make the attack button like nearest agent, nearest tower, nearest NPC, nearest creep. Something like that. So it can choose to attack, and if it chooses to attack, it will just target like the nearest target of a specific type. And figure that would be easier. Something like that. Because otherwise, like, you need like a pointer network in the architecture, which I could do, but it's just kind of slow and clunky. Right? There's also a little bit of perf optimization that I still need to do on this. It's not quite like a million flat. I definitely would like it to be like a million flat SPS. Get the training running like a million proper. That'd be so nice. Let's do some stuff on the MOBA graphics for now. That'll be fun. That'll be relatively easy. Windows trying to tell me something by minimizing everything. Let's do that. And I'm going to have to think about what we do next for Puffer, because I've actually solved a lot of the stuff that I wanted to solve already, which is kind of crazy to say, but I guess it's just like this environment and like the couple other things I'm working on need to be polished up. It does seem like we need a few more environments in the middle level of complexity, like things that are harder than Snake, but maybe easier than this. Who was it that was going to do Breakout before? Let me see. Oh, yeah, no, that was Noah. Okay. That'd be cool to have. Let's start with this for now. I can't just be starting more and more projects, right? Whenever I get bored, I gotta, like, finish the stuff. Attack behavior and existing. The attack behavior is in existing MOBAs as well. The attack move hotkey auto targets nearest. Yeah. Well, it's a little different because that's like. Oh yeah. Does that target the nearest thing to your cursor though, or the nearest thing to your character? Because in this case, it will be the nearest thing to your character. I mean, regardless, it's not that big of a simplification. Like, I think that's a fine thing to do. Let's work on the client a little bit. Um, we have WASD for movement. Depends, different in Dota and League. League can even exclude non-champ targets. Yeah. So I mean, I would just add like that type of a thing. Right. Now the question is going to be, how do I want to make the human movement? I should make it click with the mouse, right? I'm just trying to think how I do that because it's a little different for the agents. Actually, the mouse drag, like the mouse drag thing was kind of cool. It actually felt really good. Let me at least re-enable that for now. And we'll see if we may want to make it like click. Mouse X, mouse Y. For carbs 1B integration, how did you get the actual agent parameters to reflect the carb suggestion? Still shows base params on 1B. On my branch it does. It should not show the base params. It'll show the ranges, but there's a trick. So right here I delete their lock. And then I have this allow val change param here. And then the other thing is you have to update the whole config like this at once. You have to update like this. And then it should work. If it's not working in the dev branch, let me know because it should be. Where's the action? ETN, comma, skill. I see. Leaving, gotta work. Good luck. Thanks. See you around. So I just have to do this from the, I'm going to do this instead of key control, huh? I don't know, I've been tired the last couple of days. I mean, makes sense. Camera target. I see. So I can put this up at the top. Just like clip this. Camera target. Mm. Okay. And we'll test this like so. I'm just trying to map this to the existing action system. That's what's happening right now. Um, let's do key A equals, right? And now we just get to map, yeah, key A. Okay, keys work the same as before. And now, how about this? I think this should be 0. I'll feel better. I'll give us mouse control back. There we go. We've got like 8 directional mouse control. It's not the nice smooth continuous one we had before. Don't worry, that'll go back in soon enough. But, whoops. Yeah, this feels substantially worse to control. That's so funny than the continuous one. I think we should probably just make all the actions continuous and like map to it or something. It's a little sketchy. I gotta be careful not to mess that up. May as well start on that though. Jeez, I'm just gonna wake myself up. I don't know. A lot of dev lately. Okay. Okay, actions continuous, actions discrete, right? It's somewhat annoying because I know that I'm just going to end up changing this anyways. I mean, why don't I just do it for now, right? Yeah. Not that hard, right? Let's just do this. Actions continuous, actions discrete. Don't really like the way that this works. Yeah, I don't really like the way that this works at the moment. We shouldn't really need to have these buffers, right? Oh, I see why I did this. Because of the cast. Does that matter? It really doesn't, right? Yeah, we'll do it this way. Oh, this is why, because it'll copy, right? Okay, that's moderately annoying. Yeah. I remember why I did this now. Uh, int. Okay. Wait. No, this makes no sense, right? Yeah. I just didn't account for this whatsoever. This has to be actions. Continuous. Should be what? Float? Oh, this is discrete. Then I don't need this up top. I don't need the actions continuous and discrete. I need it here. Actions discrete of PID. There you go. We'll fix whatever's wrong with this now. Oh, this still somehow works. Cool. Okay, I guess I didn't break it. Do I add the rest of the buttons into the action space yet? Or do I wait? It's kind of tricky because it's going to mess with the models. Which, like, I hate being stuck on sweeps, but... A sweep is not even working well, is it? Why is it like this, that it doesn't... Like, it got this thing here. Maybe... Hold on. I think it's too worried about the Pareto front. So it thinks that it has... It thinks that it has 4 good runs, I guess. Yeah. So it's probably like exploring from like these things. Hmm. This one is actually good. Okay, wait. We've got a run that looks like it's good now. This run here. Okay, so it's actually, it is working. We have to tune some stuff, I'm sure, but this is working. Cool. We can just keep doing this for now. Let's focus more on the, less on the buttons and more on the viz. Lots that we can improve, right? Trying to think how much I want to spend time like trying to swap better graphics in versus other stuff. As much as I hate to branch here, I could just make a branch that has the full action space ready to go, and that would make it easier, right? To have the full game. It's probably going to be a quick merge if I do that. I think that would probably be a good idea. Because otherwise I'm just going to be sitting here stuck, waiting for runs. Alright, let's do this. Three, three. Target is going to be thing nearest hero. Will be make this 3, and then the buttons are 2, 2, 2. Okay, this is good. Multi-discrete. Actions equals. Okay. So now I can just make AX. I can just make AX be what I want it to be. Make it continuous. That's way better. Get rid of all this crap. Which is very, very nice. And no longer need best target. This is done for you. AY, AX, target, heroes, QWE. Perfect. Okay, now we have the full action to pass back. Make this two-dimensional. And actually, this is no longer an int, right? Yeah, no longer. Well, that's kind of tricky. That is kind of tricky. Discrete and continuous. Well, no, I think I know how I can do this, right? What I'm going to do is so we'll do vel y equals 0. And this will be float minus 3 divide by 3. If it's 7, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Yeah, minus 3 divide by 3. This is good. Then the attack will be attack, was it? Attack target will be this. Use Q is just going to be this. It's W. Fine. Get rid of all this junk. And then we'll do, this is going to require a little bit of thought, but, okay, if the attack target is 1, then we scan for everything. We'll scan only big things. Exclude hostile. Nope. True. True. That's pretty good. And I can put this back down here. Near scan target, player. You do use Q, use W, use E. It's going to break self-cast and shit, but that's fine for now. Is this it? It's kind of it, right? So let's just make this work. Let's debug all of this. I'm sure that we have to change the model at least a little bit, right? Oh, that's going to be obnoxious, actually. Then we do action equal action star 7. Jeez, that's so obnoxious. Is there a way to like split into split sizes or sections? If it's an integer, will be split. If it's a list, then it'll be split. Oh, perfect. You can give it a list. Function exists just for me. Torch.split. Action. Dim is equal to 1. There. So now this actually gives you a pretty nice rich action space. builds. I'm sure the seg fault somehow, though. No key shift. Key left shift. Please help. That's so funny. Please help. Split. Input size. Okay, so I forgot to do one thing. Oh, actually, we're gonna kind of be able to make this automatic, aren't we? Let's see. Yeah, because we have access to env, right? So action dim equal env dot single action space dot shape, right? Or dot envec. Maybe here. Self dot. And then this is going to be sum of action dim. And this is self dot action dim. Now we won't have to update it manually every time if I got that right. So it has 7 move. The discretized version has 7 different move directions. It can go stationary, it can go slow, medium, fast, and up and down, left and right. Not numpy ND array. Okay, so Q, W, E. These seem to do stuff. I can't move. Interesting. Let's see what it's doing. It does seem that it does something. Right, I think I just have this scaled wrong. So we're gonna do over 100, right? I want to clip this from -3 to +3. +3, +3, int. So this gives you the discretized. This gives you the discretized action. So this takes -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, and it shifts it over to the range 0 through 7. Which is convenient for combining this with the way that the agents will expect it. Okay, so something is backwards here. Okay, what's wrong with this? AY, AX. Uh-huh. Looks good to me. Need to be rebuilt. Possibly, yes. Okay, so this actually is working, but the X dimension is not. The Y dimension is working, but it's linked to the X dimension for some reason. So why is that? Vel Y, vel X. Vel Y and vel X. Jeez. Hmm. Did I mess it up in the MOBA file? I don't see anywhere where this is backwards. And then, yeah, a Y and AX get set here. Hmm. 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 Guess I can print the player actions going into the going into the environment, right? That'd be a thing I should do. Self.actions 0. I can actually just print it right here. Okay. Well, that's amusing, right? How did this happen? Oh, dope. And I forgot this breakpoint. Get rid of this. We'll leave the print. This feels decently good, not as good as before, though. I don't know if it's just slow or what. Can I queue something? I forget if this is the hook or what. I can see that the key presses work though. And then the shift Yeah, these all work. So all my key buttons work at least. I should try to make the movement feel good. That's very important, right? Invalid PID is also quite obnoxious. Um, Wait, what? If tile is empty or it's a wall. Okay. Let's divide by 50. Let's see how that feels. It feels decently better, I would say. Relatively smooth. What algo are you implementing? I kind of have all the algorithms implemented at the moment, and I'm just cleaning up the actual UI and like feel of the game so I can better test it. This is training right now. I have this automated. Where is it? Okay, so this is training right now with PPO. It looks like we have a good run there. Little concerned that this is still going. I should double check this one. Hold on. This one? Oh. Whoops. So I had a sweep going. I apparently didn't run it for long enough. I forgot that my debug option was bad. It does look like I found a decent one, though, in the process. So I've got PPO running with a hyperparam sweep. Mind giving me a little summary? So what you're looking at here is not Neural MMO. Neural MMO it's an MMO. It's a massively multi-agent online game like RuneScape or World of Warcraft. Just very, very stripped down and developed from the ground up for use with artificial intelligence so that we can train agents on and in Neural MMO inside of this virtual world and hopefully discover better ways of training agents and discover what we can learn in the process. This is not Neural MMO. This is a new project. I just started this one a couple weeks ago. This is a MOBA. So this is like stripped down League of Legends or Dota, except that it runs at 1,000,000 frames per second, and it's really, really efficient for AI. So we're training reinforcement learning from scratch on this MOBA. Not the end of Neural MMO, though, either. I just said that Neural MMO hit 500 stars yesterday, and there will be some more stuff coming to Neural MMO relatively soon. But I'd say that this is a project that's like not similar. I can't rightly say similar scope and complexity to Neural MMO, but there's a lot in it. Is the point to carry this over to actual MOBAs? Not really. It's more to give. So like this was already done, right? OpenAI 5 exists. This is like the coolest thing ever. They beat oh, this is not even the full result. Where is it? They beat the world champions at Dota 2. And I don't know, where's the blog post for this? Yeah, here it is. This was cool. Am I in this photo? I think I'm in this photo somewhere. I don't see where. I think I'm like over here somewhere. But anyways, yeah, this is awesome. But the thing is, you need like 1,000 GPUs in order to do this, and 100,000 CPU cores. So we're making miniature Dota, and we're making it work on one GPU and like 2 or 3 CPU cores, whatever you have. And it's not all that far behind this in terms of the amount of data that's going through it. It's a lot, quite a lot of stuff. 45,000 years of Dota is nuts. But yeah, that's what we're doing. And it's going pretty well. Let me fix those hyperparam sweeps. Wish they would do an update, unconstrained. Yeah. You know, I really wish they talked about internally like trying to do it with way less compute and language models happen. So apparently that means nothing else gets done. Which was a real shame because it was an awesome project. But hey, we'll have this now and we'll be able to do this ourselves, right? Even in 1v1, Shadow started to learn how to compete against it. Would love to see how the how the meta the agents end up. Yeah, Dota's really awesome. I think that when we start getting some cool results on this, people will start to take notice as well. I mean, that's basically all that has to happen. If people pick this up and like it, then I keep deving it. It's that simple. I'm gonna make it a self-contained, useful research end. How far beyond that I push it depends on how much people care about it. Okay. What was the setting that was doing well here? Was it doing? Oh, it wasn't doing any better. Just has higher. Yeah, that's fine. Does this norm reward metric make sense? Let me see. Honestly, I really don't like this metric. It's kind of bad. Yeah, this metric's kind of bad. Did we do towers taken? I say we do towers taken and see if it works. Let me make some mods to this. I mean, we knew we were gonna. I knew I was gonna have to do this, right? Um, that's fine. Lots to learn from too, like with DeepMind's Alpha Star, debunk certain myths that pros had about the strategy. Fear of ramps being unjustified. That's really funny. Yeah, the AI is cracked. We just have to make it work consistently, right? What do we think about this? Wait, this is the wrong one, isn't it? Ah, wrong one. Okay, this is the MOBA. And then where's the other one? We'll do this one, will be Pong. Okay, let's see what this figures out, and then I'm just gonna put this on my other screen so I can watch it. Okay, now we go back to fixing this. Good thing that I checked it, because otherwise, yeah, this norm reward, I think that carbs is good and this metric is just bad. So what I did is I made a metric that's the total number of towers taken. I figure that the more towers get taken in the course of training, probably the better it is. We need elo or something longer term, but this will do for now. What was I doing here before? You can't self-cast, I think, right? Okay, let's fix some abilities and stuff, I guess, because this looks good otherwise, right? Yeah, we don't need this anymore. We've actually made it a lot simpler and better. That's way easier, isn't it? A really simple renderer. Okay, so our class. We have a hook, we have an AoE heal, and we have a stun, right? Do these actually work? Exclude friendly is true. So I need to be able to try out a hook, I think, on these guys. Huh, that works. I just hooked it to me. It's like a channeled hook. I got too close to the other one. That's cool, though. That actually works. And it's resetting me periodically, which probably will be able to turn that off soon. It's my guess. Let's see. Invalid PID grid 5. Okay. That's a bug that we've been looking for a while. Grid 5 is in neutral. Did it not get removed from the board or something? Oh, probably when you respawn, it's not doing it right. Yeah. Probably the respawn functions are screwed up. Okay. That's a debug tool that I should make real quick, right? I should make a debug tool that just shows where the grid is not 0. That's probably totally messing with the learning, right? Yeah. Whoops. Invalid. Damn it, I didn't catch it in time. I saw invalid key total train steps. Why can I not scroll? What's the scroll in Tmux? Does this work? Oh. I don't know how I managed to do that. Yeah, that's just totally bonked. Okay. That now works. This looks reasonable. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to go use the restroom, and then I'm going to make some nice debug tools. I'm going to make some nice debug tools because I think I found a series of small issues with the environment that could have potentially be throwing off the learning. So I will figure those out. 1 second. I'll be back. Okay. We're actually making forward progress today. Um, all these little bug fixes on the sweeps are what is ultimately needed. Like, essentially, as soon as the sweeps work, it just goes whoop and auto learns everything. So, we are making progress. Right. And the next bit of progress to make here. Uh, can I just pass something to Raylib like... Let me think. Debug grid equals grid grid. Do we have empty up here? Empty and wall. Is that correct? Empty wall tower. Okay. Empty times grid not equal wall as type UN8. Let me see if this works. Huh? Oh, I didn't pass it. Duh. Okay, so what I'm looking for here is whether I'm leaking references. Oh, yeah, this is perfect. Look at this thing. Look at this. We get to see exactly where all the non-null tiles are. Uh-huh. Oops, I don't want to save GIFs. Do 10K and no saving. Let me see if I'm leaking any refs. Especially interested in how the neutrals, when they die, if I leak references then. No, when I spawn the neutrals, it seems good. That's fun. So I thought I'd done it wrong, but actually this looks pretty good. I thought that when you respawn the neutral camps, or like when waves of minions spawned over each other or something, you'd like leak references, but it looks like no. Pretty good. Okay, we'll leave this debug grid around for debugging purposes. Next, we'll fix the targeting bugs, I suppose. We'll fix targeting bugs. So, self.skills. Player and target. Let me see how these skills work. Move near. Yeah, so these are not made to be working with nulls, which is kind of awkward. Because I think that they need to work with nulls, right? Because stuff like this move buff, for instance, doesn't need a target. So whose responsibility should it be to check this? Probably the skills, right? Kind of obnoxious. I mean, I could put it into the underlying functions maybe, but it seems better to just... I can one-line this, though. Yeah, I don't have to make it this, like, garbage. I can do... or... I'm happier with that. It's efficient and it doesn't screw up the code. Push slow. Just put that there. How am I ordering these? I should do the target null check first, probably, right? Engage you. Okay, so this is where you don't need the target, right? Do not need target. Do not need a target here. First AoE stun, you do need target there. Target there. Target there. Anything that's a self-cast doesn't need to check. So this doesn't need a check right here. This is an AoE heal. Oh, I don't think I need to do this slow anymore, do I? Can change the way that this works. Push. Yeah, we'll leave that. A lot of balancing will have to be done. We'll have to get like kills per class and stuff like that, I'm sure. It's not hard. Need some decent metrics as well. And we're already there. That's all of them. So we actually get to unindent this. And we do int basic. And we do L if target is not null. We basic attack it. That's nice. Does this work? So far, Pong experiments seem to be running. And let's see if our new sweep runs. There's Pong. MOBA. Cool. We've got total target towers taken as our metric. And this will continue to run unless we messed it up. And basically, by the time we have good results with this, we'll have the full action space ready to run. Okay, so that doesn't crash. So it's a support AoE hook. There's an AoE hook, heal, stun, right? So I should be able to test the AoE heal. Maybe not quite the stun, since I don't have a graphic for that yet. But let's say I just go get some damage on me. Come on, come hit me. Does not let me hit W. Let's see why not. Player AoE attack. Yeah, this doesn't work. Some of these skills just don't work at the moment. There's this AoE heal. This one should work. This one should work. Oh, I know what I can do. Oops. CDEF Bient. Bient success. Exclude hostile. Exclude friendly. And then what we'll do is, if damage less than 0, you're going to exclude hostiles, else. And then we do success equal to this. That should allow us to AoE. And we should test our heals. Only 1270 lines as well. We're doing good. Alright, let's pull one of these guys. Go on, hit me. Doesn't let me heal. Interesting. If the player AoE attack player 4 negative 200 0. Oh, I'm dumb. I just forgot to do this. We'll do this. 3 lines. That's fine. That'll fix this skill, hopefully. And we can basically just implement like League or Dota type stats, right? That'd be a great thing to have for the game. You can see that you apply heals. You just press this button whenever and it'll just go off. Let's see, what if I go get all these guys aggroed on me? Boom, I heal. And then I drag them into the tower. The tower hit neutrals. Tower does not appear to hit neutrals. Nice. Can I heal towers? No, I cannot heal towers. Which is for the best. I should be able to heal teammates though, right? Let's just go up to my creeps and like try to heal them maybe. Huh. That triggers this to fail. That's funny. Still some stuff to fix. How's this going? We're in a second run yet? In Python, I have a mem view in a class, unsigned char observations. In a init, when I do self.observations, the shape of self.observations becomes 116 0 0. Okay. But the shape of the observations parameter is 1. Are you passing the correct data type? Are you passing, you need it to be uint 8 if you're doing unsigned char array. And you might need to type it. You also are going to want to type that in the init. Uint 8. Okay, the other thing you want to do here, you want to type it in the init. So I have CNP ND array. Sometimes that causes bugs if you don't type it. So C import, not import. C import numpy is CNP. And then you can use CNP ND array in the data type. See if that does anything. Okay, you're already doing that. Interesting. If it's on your GitHub in public, I mean, if you're planning to open source this, I hope, link it to me and I'll check it on stream for you. That's a pretty good deal. Oh, this is an infinite loop, isn't it? Yeah, this is an infinite loop. I'm dumb. Cool. These are now fixed. And I'll keep doing this until I get a link. Actually, I got a better idea. If you're going to take a second to commit that up, I'm going to go make myself a shake because I forgot to get lunch. I'll be back in a few. Okay. We are back. I don't know if you posted a link, but if you did, I think it got censored because I can't see any. You're good. I'm just making sure you know I don't see anything. Is this still infinite looped? Oh, there it goes. Observe value, -20, uptime. Perfect. It just takes an extra 10%. That's exactly what we wanted. It's a very nice update. Should make it nice and stable and easy to learn. We're going to come back to, 5 trillion towers taken or whatever. It'll be great. Look at that. You get your towers taken right here. Perfect. Cool. How long has this guy been live? He's been live a while, hasn't he? Ooh. TensorDict? Groups all your tensors. This is what we want. This is exactly what we want. Disk, GPU. Observation. It's very nice. Let's give him a quote. There you go. Very good. So we have this working now. I guess we just wanted to test the, we gotta test out the abilities, right? And like do that type of thing. So everything else kind of works here. We have a few minor things we can fix, but think we're mostly good. Let's start with the hook pull thing. Support hook. Push. Where's the... Okay, so it's a 1.5 push. And then the hook. Carry, retreat, slow. Hook. I think we'll buff this to be 1.5. We'll see how this does. The thing is that this can like drain your whole mana bar really quick. So we'll have to do a little balance there. I don't know how much I want to do like the individual skill balance right now versus better logging. Better logging is always useful as well. Woohoo. This is pretty nice sustain that you have there. Can we like do a stun on these guys? Yeah, look at that. He's stunned. He can't come after me. We need a stun timer above him as well. Very good. Our runs crashed. Nice. So we have a smaller set of metrics. And distance, yeah, we got reward tower. And then total towers taken right there, which is good. Nice linear metric. This is technically optimizing for short games. So I don't know how well it's going to distinguish among like between good play and like really good play, but it should at least allow them to like learn to win the game or whatever. Technically, I should log like how many times it uses each of these skills, right? Yeah. Fork is on GitHub account. Can't send links. Yep, got it. Let me look. cool. This is your thing? This is cool. I didn't know this was your thing. This is nice. Where is your fork? Attributed. Got it. Repos. Puffer. Nice puffer lib. Basically just a port of CleanRL to MLX. Yeah. I've always liked having local, like good local GPU for development so much that I've never used, like since I started RL, I never have used Macs. I've just always had like a Razer laptop with a local NVIDIA GPU on it for dev. I don't know. I've heard that the framework is like MLX is good, like that they just kind of like copied all like the PyTorch stuff and then avoided all the like the ingrained mistakes that now we know don't work. Where is this? Environments. Wait. Your stuff should be in here somewhere, right? Where's the commit? Oh, on dev. Okay. Very nice. You put it like, yeah, you just match the struct. That's nice. And, oh, cool. You put it in ocean, which is breakout. Okay, we've got 185 lines here. Oh, cool. Yeah, you've basically just gone off of my template here. And this is, yeah, this type of thing will work for you very nicely. Only 64 lines here so far. Still not remotely done. It'll be a quick project. It'll be a quick project. No op, fire, left, right. What's fire? The ball doesn't attach to you, does it? Or is it attached like when you first spawn in? I've seen this fire action a whole bunch of times. I don't actually know what it is. CNP ND array observations, rewards. Okay, float array. Rewards. And unsigned char. Array observations. Not sure. Copied it from gymnasium. Yeah, fine. CNP ND array observations. You say this is the wrong shape. Puffer breakout. Yeah, puffer breakout. Bricks, 112. Block required. Yep. I don't have a proper API for the advanced thing yet because it's kind of new and it's like there's some stuff that's hard to pin down, but there'll be one eventually. Low, high, and then there's no shape in here. Where's the shape? You don't have a shape specified in your observation space. Is it just, does it go off of the low and the high? I didn't know you could do that. Here's your action space. Observations is Mm-hmm. And in reset, you make the env. Observations rewards. And rewards, yeah. Init when I do self-observations is observations. And then I print self.observations is weird. There in init when I do. Okay, yeah, I know what's going on here. I'm gonna grab your thing. You gotta admit, it's gonna be really funny when this is like 1,000,000 steps per second, and it's way faster than the Jax version, and it's like actually closer to the original game. There's like 300 lines of like Python and Python. Okay. Breakout. What happened? Oh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. What's the env name? They can't be breakout, right? This is gonna be a name conflict potentially with Atari, right? Change the Atari breakout name. All right, well, I'll leave that for now then. I got rid of Puff Breakout. What? Oh, here. Just delete all of original Atari. Replace it with Scython M's that are faster. It'd be funny. Alright, you got 116. Observation, space, shape. So this is one-dimensional right now. You don't have a 2D observation space here. Okay. Same mob space. Wait, what? Oh, it's because there are multiple copies. That's fine. Put this here. This is not intended to be a vector env, right? The CNV you've written to have one copy of the environment, yeah? Okay, I see what you did. So, the thing that you got to do to fix this should be 0 here. And this can just be unsigned char like this. Unless you plan on making it vectorized. And then you don't have compute observations here whatsoever. And then this numpy concatenate is not going to work out for you. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to do self.observations 0, 0 is going to be paddle position to 0, self dot, it's going to be paddle position to 1. And then what's the length of brick states? Do we have that? We'll do like int num brick states or something. Self.num brick states for something like this. Do you have the wait, do you have the profiler in here anywhere? No, you don't have the profile function. That's okay. It's compiling everything. Give it a sec. Drink this shake. Compiler errors. What in the heck? Oh. That's fine. Oops. I did not like how fast that compiled. I guess you did it as an import or something. You didn't add it to setup.py. Okay. Should have compile errors here. Too many indices. Oh, because we don't need 0 anymore, duh. So technically this is, if you wanted to make this vec in C, you could make this be a vectorized environment by default. Probably be fast. Unsigned char. Oh, what's going wrong now? Just some casts. Obviously, we have paddle position. Oops. Do we have brick states? Yeah, these as well. Segfault. Segfault. That's not nice. See if this catches it. That doesn't catch it? That's obnoxious, right? Why does it have to be unsigned char? It's a C data type. So what you have here, this observations is not a NumPy array. This is a memory view, which is the same memory as the NumPy array on the Python side, but this is a native C data type. So you can't use NumPy data types without calling back to Python. That's why. How big is ball position and stuff? Does this make sense? Oh, well, this doesn't. I can just have that weird. Indexing's probably just wrong. Still seg faults? Really? Okay. Wait, how? Ball position has 2 elements. That shouldn't cause it to crash. Could be accessing something from, let me see. Paddle position 0. This comes from the NumPy side. It's actually funny. So technically Breakout is like a Stanford first course in CS assignment. And then Breakout, like 1,000 times faster, ends up being cutting edge research. Paddle position, ball position, brick states. And we have paddle position. You're not specifying D types here. You always want to specify these. I think it's 64 by default. Oh, you do doubles? What do you want doubles for? Those are slow. Oh, there we go. We got some floats. We got enough precision with floats. I do have this set up to recompile. How is this like recompiling itself every time? Let's see it in here. Also, why is it rendering? I've passed train, it shouldn't be rendering, right? That actually might be it. If it's trying to make multiple instances of this. Generally, you don't want this to default. Yep, there you go. That works now. Slash. And what did you grab? You grabbed... Not sure where you grabbed these settings from. I think this is from like Snake or something. You're gonna want way more M's than this though. Unless you do this nativized. Okay, this doesn't have a keyword. Can I just eval this somehow? Is this supposed to work yet? Not seeing anything here. I got your thing to run though. Alright. Let me think how I should give you this because it's a fork. Can I fork your fork? Is that a thing? Yeah, I can fork a fork, I guess, right? And then commit this to you. Wrong one. Breakout. Fork. Should have done this to begin with. There's your PR. Nice and easy. Yeah, of course. Hey, if you're doing, hopefully if you're gonna PR this to Puffer eventually, that helps everyone out, right? And of course, if you contribute something the size of a full game like Breakout, of course you'll go on the contributors list on the front page. Get like 1 mil step per second, efficient Vec Breakout. Very doable as well. Probably about the same scope as Snake. As far as the project goes. 4:38. All right. Technically, we have a bunch of metrics that I'd like to add. Go to sleep now. Good luck with the stream. Thank you. Best of luck with the environment. See you around. That was fun. So the easiest way to do this, right, would be to make all the skills return a bint, and then I can easily do logging from there, right? Yeah. And then that would actually let me balance the skills, essentially, because I'd know how often they're using them, maybe. Something like that. Alright. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not perfect, though, because if I want to log, like, how much damage they did with their skills and other stuff, or mana spent, maybe it's better to just do it inside the skill itself, right? I mean, I could do that. Hmm. I think I'll just do a binary for now. I'll be right back, and then I will implement that bit of logging. Let me make sure just before I do that we actually have something happening here. Is this working? Oh yeah. This works. Funny how, like, these don't look like they do as well. I guess this is the longer run. Tower's taken. That's cool. This trend of carbs, like finding something early and then doing this, is weird, though. Alright, I'll be right back. This is nice progress. I always wonder why, like, it finds this thing. Was this the blue, the green, and this one? If I put this in relative, is it time? Process time? Okay, so it thinks it has a big Pareto front. Which I guess it does if it spent this much longer on this. What if I just put this one in process time? Oh, I see. It actually dips below here for a bit. Or I guess it's just constant. It can't dip below. Yeah, it's just constant for a bit. So I see actually this run here is like better for this point. Carb should get I'm actually realizing now that like carbs could be way better. If you were to log if you were to like log all of the checkpoints into carbs, right? Because then we wouldn't have this problem. If I just logged every checkpoint, right? I'd have this whole curve. That'd be better. Though you'd have to get accurate estimates. You'd have to get accurate evals for each checkpoint, which would be a pain. I suppose, yeah. Definitely some opportunity there, though. Definitely some opportunity. Okay, so we're going to make these things be some beints now, right? What is going on over there? Okay. So, beint false, true, beint. Yeah, we'll just do a little montage of edits here. And then we'll add some logs. Because this will be useful, because as soon as... My thinking is as soon as they start using skills, the easiest way to figure out which skills they think are good is going to be which skills they're using the most often. Yeah. Oh, wait, did I? I've been doing this wrong, haven't I? Shit. Only slightly. Only slightly. This is a return true. This is return true. This is return false. There we go. And last one. Okay. So now we have to add 2 more items to this struct. We have to add Q uses and W uses and E uses. Q uses, W uses, and E uses. Q, W, E uses. And this is in a whole training run. So I might even have to cap this. What's max int that I can use here? Just use 2 billion. Somewhere around there, isn't it? We log basic attacks. We gotta set these all to 0. Somewhere up here, right? Yeah. Player.queuses, W and E. These all get set to 0. And now we've got log data. Which is very nice. Because I can just go into here and I'm gonna start adding a whole bunch of stuff. It's a lot of metrics though. I think I gotta put a slash. I do like infos. Five through 10. Is my fan dying in here? Hold on. This desktop sounds weird. It's fine for now. Not sure how the bearing is doing on the fan though. Let's just do 2. 1, 3, 5, 7. That's perfect. So the cheeky indexing is going to be 0 and 5 like this. And like this indexing here. Assassin, burst, tank, carry. And then you also, this is Q uses, not entity Q uses, because you need to cut the... Oh, wait. I literally can just do... Wait. What's the syntax for this? 1. Okay. Colon 6. What's the syntax for like ranges like this? NumPy skip slice syntax. What the heck are these suggestions? IJK. Oh. You don't need the double colon. 6, 2. Is it like this? Yeah. So it's just 0 to 10. Cool. So 0 through 10. 1 through 10. There you go. And support W. And it just fills them all in for me. 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you group these alphabetically, it should make a lot of sense as well, right? Yeah. Let's see what happens if I run a quick... Run a quick update on this. Cannot assign void to beant. We'll change the skill type to beant. Very nice. That compiles. If I run train, there you go. Oh, that's cool. The reason the Assassin E is going off is because this is its boost skill that doesn't need a target. That's really nice. Cool. Yeah, we've gotten this whole thing into a very, very nice position. Logged all skills. Those are gonna be some cool graphs to have over training. How's their MOBA doing at the moment? Ooh. Hey, our sweep is actually starting to do something. 10 towers taken. Interesting how the reward looks. But hey, who knows? There's not necessarily a problem there. Cool reward curves. Can't tell where it's getting these samples from though. Like some of these hyperparameters are kind of ridiculous. Yeah. We'll let this run and we'll be able to tell based on this, right? It's cool. What about our Pong sweep? Is it this one? Yeah. Okay. So again, it's got a whole bunch of parameters to sweep over, so it takes it quite a while. But we got one of them that does something. We'll see where it goes. I'm pretty happy with that progress-wise. It's only 5. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do today or not. On this, at least. Kind of in a spot where I just need to, like, run experiments. And it's only going to take me, like, an hour a day, maybe 2 hours a day worth of work in order to get these experiments all queued up and running nicely. I think what else I can do for the time being. The obvious answer is start yet another sim project, but it's a bit ridiculous, right? There is also the puffer release video that I wanted to do. Mm. I'm thinking what I might do for the next few days here. I might do a few like just short streams where I like go through some of the results maybe, and I do, you know, updates on experiments. Because it's gonna take a few days of doing that, and then I spend a fair bit of the time just off stream working on some videos for the the releases here. 'Cause I've kind of gotten through, like, I'm at the point now where I've sort of done everything I wanted to do in this block of work. Like this, like, 2 month block of work or whatever. We've gotten a really nice hyperparam sweep integration. Needs a little bit of tuning, but that's reliant on feedback from experiments. Um, we've gotten high perf sims working. They just need a little bit of tuning again based on the experiments. I have a little bit of cleanup to do around these projects, I'm sure, and like this MOBA in particular is not done yet. Right, this is going to need some additional stuff. I'm trying to think how long, like, various stuff will take to judge. The funny thing is, like, once this is all done, maybe, like, there are a few more environments, and I think I need the ELO thing to work. But, like, what is there left to do for making RL work, right? If we have quality hyperparam sweeps and we can just solve all these environments, or at least get consistent improvement over time, then RL's kind of in a good spot. Well, I guess then what we would do is we'd start scaling out the experiments, right? We'd start, like, trying to get either hardware time or whatever to run much bigger, more aggressive sweeps on stuff. Like, let's say that this Pong one works, right? Maybe we get like a decent overall set of hyperparams for Atari, or specific ones, depending. But all that is very compute bound. To be fair, I'm not 100% satisfied with the hyperparam tuning thing. I think it could be better. But carbs is a huge upgrade already as is. Hmm. Okay, I mean, there are still little bits of dev here and there that I can do, right? Like, I can think about there's the Puffer Advanced API that needs to be solidified. That would be a really good thing to have done before the simulation update drops. What about ELO? Let me think about ELO for a second. This purely adversarial env here is going to be really hard to, it's going to be really hard to measure because without ELO, right? I mean, we could definitely see strategic change over time through other metrics, but having ELO would be really big. This thing also doesn't run a million steps per second train quite yet. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. I thought my fan broke itself, but the opposite. It worked whatever was wrong with it out. Cool. What are you drinking? Like 80 grams of protein or whatever. Like 3 cups whole milk, 1 cup chocolate milk, and a half cup scoop of protein isolate. Welcome. I'm kind of just pensive at the moment because like I've kind of gotten to the point where I've achieved a lot of the stuff I wanted to do early on with Puffer, like way quicker than expected. And now it's just a matter of like, how do I clean up all the loose ends? How do I make everything nice and consistent? And like, what entertaining stuff can I come up with to do along the way, both to keep myself entertained and that would be fun to stream. I mean, I guess there's still a few unresolved things with carbs, maybe. It's probably just going to be pruning out some hyperparameters, though, that don't need to be tuned. That would be my guess. I could look at various different sweeps from different environments. Yeah, that's how you would determine this in the first place, though, is you need to run sweeps on different environments to figure that out. Like Snake and the particle M's. So very experiment heavy. I mean, this article, which it didn't really get much notice, but what's this? Yeah. This article didn't really get much notice, but carbs does really, really well. I could invest more heavily into the hyperparam side, to be fair, which I think I'll probably end up doing as with all these new M's I've made. That would be a good idea. Have good quality sweeps over everything. Yeah. Definitely not gonna wait for Wanby to do it before I do. Um, I guess I'm kind of in like update like release mode then sort of because like at this point it's like everything is done and it just needs to be polished up and shipped in 1.1 and then I take some time to like figure out what I do next because I mean is in such a better place with just this, right? And then like let's say that I finish all of this, right? Let's say I get a nice update out, I get some more people using Pufferlib. People are happy with it, right? We have like good sweeps. We've got all these nice benchmark M's. Then from there, pretty much the only thing left for RL is to like do a little bit of science by changing some stuff in the algorithms and seeing what happens across all the different M's. Um, and to build out, more environments for testing purposes as are needed to fill in specific gaps. But that really puts RL in a way, way, way better spot if you think about it. Just having all this stuff being like stable and easy to use. The problem is it's very difficult for me to quantify stable and easy to use, so it's harder to make progress on. Because I know every time I get close to a release, like productivity kind of just drops because it's so much harder to quantify progress. And it's so much easier to just say, okay, yeah, today I'm building a big sim. So ideally, I want to get myself into a spot where I can spend as much time as possible, like building cool sims and having the rest of it do itself. But I think for the next like day and a half, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch these experiments. I'm going to see how they're going. I'm going to make sure that I have probably 2 sets of sweeps at least, maybe 3 sets of sweeps per day. So like clockwork, right? We're getting like new results in every 8 to 10 hours, something like that, depending on how the curves are going. And we make sure we have the hardware utilized. And then I'm probably gonna just work on like storyboarding out something for a new video. It's kind of like summarizing all my thoughts on the big problems in RL and where this puts everything, where this puts reinforcement learning, and where we go from here. Because I like really this does put the field in a totally different spot if you think about it, right? Like the ability to have a variety of M's that go from very simple to actually very complex that you can just run tuning on fast. Um, that changes everything. That is not something that has existed before. I guess the only small wrinkle here is like, what are we going to do with this Dota env? Like, how are we going to measure progress past a certain point? Because we're not going to be able to measure, like, we're not going to just be able to measure this um, based on like towers destroyed, right? We're going to need some sort of elo, but that's really hard to get. Oh, you know what I could do? I've got an idea that would make it a lot easier. So right now, I have like these evals that go against different different. I have like evals at the end of the episodes, at the end of training, that just get you a bunch more games, so you can get like a stable metric. What I could do for Dota or for like adversarial games, right, is I could put you against different policies, and I could just do the eval at the end of the episode. That's still a bunch of work though, to figure out a nice way of doing that. The one obnoxious thing about this Dota env. Yeah, let's not just jump into this. Let's not jump into this elo thing immediately. Let's just ignore that for a bit. And okay. Yeah, I just want to prep the video then. So I could either start that today or not, to be honest. Doesn't really matter. The thing I want to decide is whether I want to do any of the video prep on stream or not. Or if I want to like reserve it to be more of a surprise for how it goes. I don't really think I lose anything by streaming some of the prep for it. At least for this one. I don't think I lose anything by streaming some of the prep for it. Right? It's probably more fun for me as well. I'm trying to think if there's anything I don't want to reveal about the plans for that, though. Just for suspense's sake. Hmm. I think I can just show it. Right? I'm probably not going to put it in the title of my stream. Just so that anybody that's not hasn't seen the stream, the title will still be like a cool surprise or whatever. But let me go pull this up on a side window and see if I want to show this. I just like this is just it's pretty new. Let me see. Whoops, it's the other tab. Hold on. Because the other thing is if I do it on stream, then like the dev work on experiments is going to be very much intermittent. It's going to just be like whenever I notice that we have a new group of runs done. So I think it's going to make most sense to just do this whole thing on stream. Whoops, let me pull this. Hold on. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, I'll show it. Doesn't matter. So the talk I want to do is the RL iceberg. I kind of just want to go through, everything wrong with RL and how Puffer's fixing it. That's the plan. I don't think I'm losing anything by revealing that. Because the intended video audience is so much broader than the stream audience. Like, the stream audience is just, like, for the most part, a few people checking in to see, like, how the nitty-gritty of all of this works. And, like, looking for some code tips or looking for, like, some RL insights. This is, like, if this is going to be a much more polished, I'm thinking, like, a 20-minute video or something, maybe a 30-minute video, then this is going to be a much broader audience piece of content. So that's fine. So I haven't looked at this in a while. So I think what's going to be fun to do for the next hour or so, I'm going to end a little earlier tonight, is to just like figure out if I can sort of storyboard this a little bit, look at what I have here, and look at if it makes sense as it is now. So here is like, problem is people don't know what RL is. Give a quick primer before title. Problem, and people vaguely familiar with RL. They think it is just for games. It's not getting the context of why we use games, etc. Give a couple real world examples. And then problem, by now, need to motivate why you should care. So the story is that this is promising tech that was moving fast and then stopped. This is just credentialing stuff. It's what it is. And title. So how do I like this arc? Reinforcement learning is AI that learns through interactive experiences. It's traditionally associated with games, but also has applications in the real world as well. It's used to tune reactors for nuclear fusion. Lyft used it for driver matchmaking. There are many more applications as well. Reinforcement learning is a very promising field that saw insanely rapid growth up until around 2019 and then stopped. My own little backstory, I've been working on reinforcement learning for 7 years. The author of this thing. And this is the RL iceberg, everything wrong with reinforcement learning and how Pufferlib is fixing it. I think that's a decent enough intro arc. It could be better. This point is not obvious enough, like why this is important. Why is it important to have AI that learns through interactive experiences? Evening, what you working on? This is the video that I've been wanting to do for Pufferlib for a while. I kind of hit a point where like all the other stuff I'm working on, all the dev I'm working on is really dependent on waiting for experiments, and everything is pretty close to done. So I could close stream and do all of this off stream for the next several days, or I could stream some of like my thought process and storyboarding out this presentation. It'll probably come out better as a result, and I don't think I'll lose any of the audience either. So I'm just deving the presentation live on stream while, occasionally checking on experiments. That's what's going on here. I didn't, this is a good problem to have. I didn't expect to get here so quickly. Like, I'm just at a point where so much more stuff is solved so much more quickly than I thought was possible. Like, look at this. It's just auto deciding how to train itself to play the game. Where do I put this so it's not awkward for my stream? Do I just move my camera? And do the camera like this, maybe? This is fine, right? I just go like this. And like I make the windows. I don't even need this window. There we go. Wish it were easier to resize the chat, but no big deal. I'll just move the puffer up a little bit. Maybe put some spaces. Yeah, that looks good. So there's so many things about reinforcement learning that I think are important that are difficult to convey. This is the point, but this point is not obvious. The importance of learning through interactivity. What I want to convey is I want to convey that this is a fundamentally different approach to artificial intelligence compared to language models and all the stuff that's in the news, that it was making a ton of progress, and this is like this very promising alternative that then everybody just stopped doing. And that we can, because there were some problems with it, and that we can now fix those problems. And this can be a really awesome area of AI that's going to come back out of left field. That's the story I want to tell in the first like 60 seconds of this. And then the rest of it is I want to be a fast-paced. I like this thing. Everything wrong with RL and how Pufferlib is fixing it. So what is it that's stopping RL from being like why is it ChatGPT? Why isn't it RL GPT? Like RLPT, right? Like where's the RL's crazy growth moment? I think that has to be the first slide. Whoops. Why is it like this? This is not the, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't have the corner. That's weird. That's no big deal though. I can just, where's this crop? Mask, shape, this, done. There we go. Lots of text data. I don't know. What image do I want for this? Can I just make some text? It's this stupid thing. How do I show compression? Do I want this to be one slide or two as well? How do animations work on Google Slides? There's no compress, is there? I want to have it like compress somehow. Vice press. Well, apparently this is not what I thought. What do you call it? Isn't it a press? Vice grip? No, it's not a vice grip. Bench vice? Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to get one of these that's going to be able to, like, be the graphic I want, right? Oh, I have a great idea. 1 ton weight SVG. Yeah, we'll compress. I have a fun idea. This type of a thing. Dang, I thought that would work. Oh, anvil weight. Maybe this? This has a shadow on it. This is what I hate about presentations. It takes forever to find decent graphics for anything. That's maybe decent. Ugh, stupid icon apps. It's like you can find frickin' code online, which actually is very difficult to produce. And you can't find frickin' decent images to use. Maybe this? I'll do. Save as. Not supported. Try this. Okay, that works. And then I just have to... Can you not just invert this? Seriously? I have to Photoshop this to make it work? Well, at least I know how to do that. I want to maybe just get this intro slide done today. It'd be nice. Where'd the stupid thing go? Damn it. Okay. Okay. Oops. Can I like scrunch all this text somehow? Stuff is really easy to do in Photoshop. I don't really want to do the slides in Photoshop. Or in like a design tool. I don't really have the background for that. You could learn. I don't really want to make that time investment right now, though. Okay, maybe I'll just do the layout because I don't want to like finalize these anyways until I know that I like the layout. Bill. They're wrapping. We can do like this. What happened to my text colors options? Compression. Not exactly right to say LLMs learn through compression and reinforcement learning learns through interaction because everything's probably compression. I have like the rough idea of how I want this to go, but the specifics are so important, right? I should probably hit this a bunch of times. Whoops. Let me copy this stuff. So I don't destroy my original slide. Oh wait, I have my original slide up there. We're good. So what I'm trying to figure out is how I want to do this. Like, I need some taglines for this, I guess. Language models learn by compressing. Text enforcement. Just do 2 slides? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Intros always take forever because they're so important to get right. Yeah, yeah. Well, it gets kind of crowded like this, right? This is not the layout I would use. I kind of like assume that I can figure out a decent layout for stuff. The other thing I'm thinking, right, is like you're optimizing for multiple formats. So like if I have this slide screenshotted and like floating around, right? What do I want the slide to be? If I just put 2 different slides, like, hey, this is what a language model is, and then, hey, this is what reinforcement learning is, that's not a nice, like, there's no nice comparison to go around, right? If I have a slide that says, this is like, this is how these two things are different. But I might be able to still do that. Let me try it this way. Duplicate this, back up here. don't want to repeat learning. All of the modern all the modern progress that you've seen in the last couple of years comes through large language and vision models that learn by compressing data. But there's this whole other form of AI, reinforcement learning, that learns through interaction, be it with a simulator or through the real world. Now, the third slide is the key here. So let's duplicate. Do this the other way. This is telling and not showing, but let's see. I don't need 2 bars, I just need 1. This is not fair. I'm gonna use the puffer for this. This is a good point to make, right? What the hell is this dumb bait article? Oh, Laura. Okay, never mind. That's kind of legit. I don't want to do like you can only do one of these at home. It's more than that. Oh, I have a good point to make. Just put this down here for now. Oh, I know, we can do this in one slide. Hmm. Let me make sure I have a copy of this. So I'll fix the layout for this, but I like this concept. Seconded. Yeah. I don't know what I want to do with this. I want to make this point, but this is a clean arc, right? This is a simpler. You always make the simpler. You always make the strongest, simplest point you can make first, right? So here's this thing you know about. Language models learn to compress text. Here's this thing you maybe don't know about. Reinforcement learning, which is trained through interaction with simulators or the real world. Reinforcement learning was superhuman before transformers even existed, and it's not just for games. It's been used in Fusion, it's been used in online applications like driver matching, it's been used all over the place. This actually can go down here, way down here. I'm going to put this one down here with like the, I put like slides I might use, but like I might not down there. And then, oh, I know how I get rid of this, like this weird liminal space. So this goes up here. I'll have to like do the exact formatting, right? I like this way more. The slides aren't good, but here's this thing you know about. Here's this totally other way of doing AI that was superhuman before Transformers existed. It's not just for games, has a ton of real world applications. So why haven't you heard of it? Well, reinforcement learning was making huge waves until 2019, and then it just stopped. I'm Joseph Suarez. I've been working in reinforcement learning for over 7 years. I recently defended my thesis at MIT, and this is the RL iceberg. Everything wrong with reinforcement learning and how Pufferlib is fixing it. I like that. I think that's a way better narrative. Is that the strongest narrative I have? Here's this thing you've heard about. Here's the AI you've heard about. It learns one way. Here's the AI you know about. It learns one way. Here's AI you haven't. Here's AI that learns a whole different way. It was for human before M's and has real world applications. So why haven't you heard of it? Well, it was making waves a few years ago, and then it just stopped. Who the fuck am I? And hard title drop. Cool. Where's like this plot thing? Okay, this story arc. I want to do something real quick because I think it'll be funny. Can you seriously not? Okay, so this story arc, I hate this story arc diagram that's like taught in schools. I think the story should go, it should like start off up and then it should just keep going up. This is the correct way to do a story. This is lame. And then it just stops all of a sudden. That's what I think. That's what I like. So let me think how I'm gonna do that. So these iceberg style videos, right? This is like a meme format online. It's like made like, the iceberg goes really deep. I think that the way that I make this thing just keep going up and up is in a way that people can understand. I start off with stuff that RL PhDs don't understand or at least don't like appreciate about reinforcement learning. So I start off with stuff that already PhDs in the space don't know. And then from there, I go on to things that are like breaking the entire field that nobody knows about. I think that's how I do this, right? And I just like sprinkle in little bits of background that, maybe people are familiar with as is needed along the way. That sounds fun. Okay. So what do I have at the moment? This is a good point. I think that actual PhDs in RL don't appreciate this. This is, yep. What points am I going to make if I just want to storyboard this thing out, right? Okay. This is a very true statement that's going to piss off a lot of academics. Just my style. uh, what can I do underneath each of these? That's not a fair comparison. Welcome, welcome, Wolf. We are doing. I'm making slides for the new talk that I'm gonna do on Puffer. I'm kind of just storyboarding stuff out live, and in the background, how are experiments going? Oof! Look at that. It's getting better. It is getting better. Right here, we see the number of towers that have been taken over the course of a, in one environment over the course of a training run. And we see that now we have one that's taken 14 towers so far. And Carbs is going to keep searching. Going to keep searching for us. It is optimizing literally everything. It's optimizing the weights of all the rewards. It's optimizing all the hyperparameters. Everything's auto. I've got this going, and I've also, at the same time, I've got one going on Breakout. Because I kind of think it would be funny. Whoops, where is it? I kind of think it would be funny to solve Breakout in, like, 5 minutes. Though it seems like it's harder to find hyperparameters that'll do that. But I think it'd be real funny to solve Breakout in 5 minutes. Or not Breakout, Pong. But whatever, same thing. I really like how Carbs here is... This is something that's not, maybe not super appreciated, but let me find it. Getting late here in the EU, gonna go to bed. See you around. You've got it defining the rewards automatically. Well, it's defining the weights of the rewards. I'll show you. I'll show you. Carbs. So you've got, there's a reward for dying. There's a reward for going close to getting to the enemy ancient. There's a reward for taking towers. There's a reward for gaining XP. So I believe that I have 4 different reward weights. And it is going to optimize the weights of these rewards. At the same time as it's optimizing all these other hyperparameters. So it's got 17 different hyperparameters here to optimize. It's going to just keep getting better and better. And the really sweet thing about carbs is that it will actually run longer and longer experiments over time as it becomes more confident. So I started out, it was running like 100 million step experiments, right? But I very intentionally, I gave it a metric that you can increase, right, over time, and it's just a matter of how quickly. Because this is the total number of towers taken across the whole training run. So, like, trivially, if you run it longer, you'll do better here. But what I'm hoping is that carbs is going to, over time, it's not just going to do longer and longer runs. It's going to find, steeper and steeper runs over that time. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And it actually uses the time taken for each experiment in seconds to judge how good the run is. The run is as well. So like, it will keep looking for faster ways to get this good. And like, if it can get this result, but it can do it faster in wall clock time, then it'll consider that'll be better. That to be better. So it's pretty cool. We also added the skill system back in, not for these training runs, but we have a branch that has the whole skill systems added back in. We've got logging for how often they use all their different skills. It's pretty cool. You know what's going to be, what else is going to be real cool is this presentation is going to be really cool. Where is it for? It's just going to be for a video. Long form video for the channel. It'll be the second big video on it. It's the hope. We had some cool stuff today. I had somebody is like working off of the puffer branch to make like a super fast version of Breakout. So I helped him debug that live, and I gave him a PR to fix some stuff on stream. That's a cool thing now. If you have like puffer related contribution projects, I'm more than happy to do, to help out with stuff and to do PRs live on stream. That's fun. Plan for the next few days is to kind of be back and forth between, working on this talk and then working on the MOBA or on, other sweeps, other things as we get experiment results back. It takes like some hours for each set of results to come back. So it's going to be a little bit of mixed work. Going to do some breakout stuff. What was busy with moving? Yeah, let me figure out who it was. I think it was, do you know Noah? Noah Farr, who's in the chat here often? He has a public thing on this that he just started. Yeah, this is my PR here. No, wait, where is it? Yeah, here, merged. So he's got an environment and ocean breakout here. Very nice. Just started on it. Seen him in the Discord, yeah. This is supposed to be like a cool community thing, so I'm more than happy to help out if people are like building M's as long as they're, going to be open sourced. Could make an asteroids environment. Yeah, any of the classic Atari environments you want to do, go ahead. I would go look up training curves on the actual environment first, though. Like, I'd pick one that isn't, like, insanely obnoxious to learn. Just because it's going to be annoying to get the initial results on it. I mean, you can do one that's kind of obnoxious to learn as long as it's fast. You kind of got to do, like, state-based observations, though. I would say that any single Atari environment, once you get comfortable with this Python, is going to be like a 1 to 3 day project kind of a deal. Any single Atari M should be like a 1 to 3 day project. I also am saying that anybody that contributes like a full env like that, you go on the front page, like the home page with the the contributor list. That's like a substantial enough thing to be listed for sure. Sadly, there are no bounties for stuff yet, but maybe soon. Got to get revenue first. No bounties until there's revenue. What front page? We got a contributor list here. It's right under install. What other miscellaneous stuff is there that I want to cover? There's so much stuff. That's a good overview. I'm not actually going to have this slide, but this is like a good outline of what I'd like to make. Five minutes. This is a longer thing. I mean, I don't have a target length in mind for this, so I can kind of just do whatever. Okay. It's like 7. Um, I think we're in a pretty good spot for today. Been pretty tired lately. I think I'm going to take off early. Last thing I'll do here, I'm just going to go through these results one last time. So, interesting that it decided to do a run this long. That's very weird. Sounds good. Looks like good progress. Yeah, there's good progress overall. Oh yeah, also everything is in the dev branch now. That was a nice thing. So anything you want to use is actually easy to get to now. And like it's in a branch where I can PR stuff really nice and easily. Um okay, so this is working, but I don't know why it's stabilized here. This is weird. Towers taken should continue to go up. Like, this should be, like, roughly linear. It should not be stagnated like that. It looks like it actually crashed, potentially, here. Or they've learned to, like... Or they're somehow, like, they're not able to finish the game. So we'll have to look at what happened there. Likely there's going to be a combination of environment bugs and like small experimental tweaks that I'm going to have to make over the next couple of weeks to get this thing to work properly. But the cool thing is that we have mostly automated infrastructure for doing stuff now. So that makes everything way easier. And also, once we start to see like some of the good defaults, I'm going to start adding, I'm going to start making like the default parameters closer to what I think the optimal ones are so that these sweeps run faster because it'll be seated close to the optimum. And 45, let's see this Pong. This one is very weird to me. This one's very, very weird to me. That like we have a couple of these results, but nothing amazing. Well, I think it'll actually... It's starting to get it now, isn't it? Yeah, it's starting to get it. Like, we've got these ones now. It just needs to know to run these for longer and we'll be set, I think. And, like, what are the time steps on these? I forget carbs is kind of like a weird and unintuitive algorithm, but if you just let it run, it usually does very well. Yeah, look at this. This is only like 4 million steps here. So this is totally fine. Yeah, this will 100% solve it. We just got to let it figure it out. Last check for the day on Pufferlib. 705. 705, very nice. I'll probably post this sweep in the morning or whatever. Oh yeah, this was the other MOBA sweep, right? What was this? Oh, this was the Pong sweep. Yeah, this one was very weird that it like starts curving up like this, but it still has so many bad runs. It's like it's trying to find the fastest way to get this or something. It's bizarre. I'm not sure about that. Anyways, I'm gonna go relax a bit, get some sleep, and be back at this tomorrow. So, good night.